Hello, and welcome to another stream, which today is going to be a Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe stream and VRChat because, I learned something. I learned something very interesting to this achievement that I'm going for because, yeah, again, I'm going for the Tuesday commitment achievement by learnt something interesting. So, just quickly opening up, both things, But let me show. I'm actually going to have to change the OBS settings for this. Guides. Achievements 100%. Scroll to commitment. Your playtime on Tuesdays will be combined. And guess what happened? I already have the achievement. It unlocked. I heard it pop. Oh, yeah. Long before I started the stream because, right now it's 6 p.m. So it popped 2 hours ago. So yeah, that's fun and funny. And you can see that I've kept the game open this whole entire time. 1,901 minutes in this session. So, I don't need to commit several hours to this. Several more hours to this. But I did say that tomorrow would be a Stanley Parable stream. So I guess now I'm going to do some Stanley Parable then VRChat. So, yeah. So I've already gone 100%. Bit anticlimactic. And even if I start the usual time of I usually start at 4 or 5. Usually 4. I would have already had the achievement. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, let's get into some Stanley Parable, I guess. But now it's of no real consequence, so I can just do whatever I want and then move on, I suppose. I've already done, recordings, whatnot, so yeah, already ready on think for stuff. Let me check. Yeah, it should be good. So anyway, let's not delay any further and I guess do it. But now it's inconsequential. Stanley realized his choices were of no real consequence, as in the end of the day, he always ends up back at his office. Back at the beginning. Back in the beginning. But yeah. Fun. Now, are you gonna say anything about new content? Do I have the narrator on? I don't have the sound effects on. That's probably because of the 4-hour ending. Narrator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe...
Give me a sec. I probably should put on subtitles.
version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can mostly organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
And yes, the jump circle. But I want to do infinite hole. Funny infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right, infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Nah.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Nah.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
And I'm at the bottom.
Hey, well, good for you. You
Who
found
has
the bottom
been
of
at
the
the
hole.
bottom?
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is
Me
just
at
that you're
2 p.m.
unusually fascinated by falling.
New
What normal
mug.
person actually wants to fall
Someone's been
infinitely?
smoking a
I
lot
figured the
down
hole was
here.
as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Just the two of us.
Things
We
got a little
can make
heated
it
there. I
if
think
we
we both
try.
said some things
Just
we
the
didn't
two
mean.
of us.
Why don't
Just
we just
the
put
two
all
of
this
us.
behind us and
Just
agree
the
to
two
just
of
call
us.
the whole
Building
mostly
castles in the
infinite?
sky,
If
just
that
the
worked
two
for
of
you,
us.
then go ahead
You
and press the
and
teleport
I.
button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I think I'm done with this place. It smells like smoke. How many cigarettes are here? Quite a few. Quite a damn few.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Sorry, Nara, I was dying a
Did the hole
bit.
seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Alright.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
A lifetime? But if there's another lifetime.
Gosh, how could I have guessed?
More
You're
life,
back in
more
the hole.
living,
If
more
this
in the
starts to become a thing
hole.
that... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yep, will do.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do
I wonder
whatever
with
it
the
is you're
jump
here to do
ability
and
if
hit
I
the
could
teleport
actually
button
make
when you're
this
ready
jump.
to move on. Is the teleport button not working?
I
sure?
also waste my jumps.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Bye,
You couldn't bear to be
Narrator.
away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
It's
you
a
get
win
to be
for
with
me.
the hole. I get to do
Woohoo, back
literally
to hole.
anything else.
Back to hole,
Take care,
back to hole
Stanley. I hope you
two.
and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
It's time to do the improv song two. Actually, I did technically do it twice. Damn it. Curse past me. But I wanted the version where there was no interruption. I mean, the interruption version's funnier. Like, it's like the definitive version technically. But the non-interrupted version is also definitive in the fact that it's the full song uninterrupted. So, really both are definitive. It just depends on your point of view. Going down the hall. Let's get some funky music in here. Bam, bam, bam. Stanley's going down the infinite hole once again. It's time for a reprise of the song. Now we're heading down this infinite hole where Stanley is going crazy in the hole. Yes, it's time to head to some different realities. So we're back in this hole where it's now hell. Stanley is going to see some bones. Stanley's going to see some cute puppies, yay! And other cool things. Now Stanley is changing himself. Stanley is funky and weird. Oh, we're going to space. Nice. Stanley is going down. Stanley's in the infinite hole. Stanley's in the infinite hole.
Stanley!
No!
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you have sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
Toodle pip.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I love Infinite Hole. I love Infinite
Calling it
Hole.
the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley...
Yeah, now I'm gonna do a glitch. A bug. Well, it's actually kind of a feature given one of the endings support it. I can jump now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can jump now. Alright. Let's go do some endings like
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Or maybe I just want to jump and stuff.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Later, I think I'll do games first.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Can I? No.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I think
I realize that investing
we're
your trust in
in
someone else
a
can be
relationship
difficult, but the
of
fact is that the story has
partial
been about nothing but
disagreements
you all this
and
time.
both
There's someone
of
you've been
us
neglecting,
are
Stanley.
enemies to each
Someone
other.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red? Which is red? Oh, I see blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Through the blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I love how it highlights red. Oh, red? Blue.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Can I jump over these rails?
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I'd written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Narrator.
Stanley, help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires.
I made it to the bottom of this.
What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
You jumped up the
catwalk. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
You should have done that. You should have done that. To chase your dreams. I think I might have messed up the ending. Whoopsies. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, the other guy's not here right now, but he'll be here later. Whoopsie-daisy. Alright, I'll stay in the rails.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
I'm making new endings.
Wow. Yes. This room. But
made
eager
it
to get
to
back
the
to business, Stanley
bottom
took the
of
first
the
open door on his
development
left.
room ending.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten
They
off
should
on
add
the
that
wrong
in the
foot
Stanley
here. I'm not your
Powerful
enemy,
Ultra
really, I'm not.
Deluxe.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Danger everywhere. I should
that I
listen
want
to
something
the
bad to happen to
signs.
you? Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Papers, please. We want your papers, please.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
You mean,
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I think this is red.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh yeah, it's clearly this door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
And I wasn't
Broken
supposed to
rooms,
be
exposed developer textures.
at the bottom
Is this what
of
you
it.
wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because
Only
this is what you
I
wanted
am
to
the
see.
kind of
Help me
person
here, Stanley.
to
Help elucidate these strange
find a
and
new
unknowable desires of
ending
yours.
or a
What would
new
have made
way
this
to
game
break
better?
this game.
What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new
I'm
version.
going to pick
Would
this
you say
number
that the game
specifically
benefited from
because I
allowing you more
mentioned
choices?
about it before.
Feel free to be honest. I'm looking
when
for some
I
real
talked
critical
about this
feedback here.
ending.
Oh, well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you
enjoyed
excruciating
it.
pain.
I
Big
thought
steps
he
we've
said
made here today,
enjoyed
Stanley.
it. It enjoyed
Here,
it.
based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Damn
And
it.
to be perfectly
That
candid,
means I
I
was
think I've knocked
technically
it out
wrong.
of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
I only noticed that it's endured this time. And I was wrong. Yeah, I'm last place. Whoopee. Whoopee. To be fair, I think I've been in game for way longer than that. Given I left it on, you know. Like, all night. It's been on more than 7 hours.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
This one
Hey,
doesn't
I nearly
matter.
forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
I'm
In
not
this
doing
game,
this
the baby crawls
game.
left towards
I
danger.
played
You
these
click the button
games
to move him
before.
back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very
Although
meaningful
last
game,
time it was
all about the
infinitely
desperation and
harder
tedium of
because that
endlessly
was why I
confronting
had
the
my
demands of family life. I
broken
think the art world
mouse.
will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
So technically,
why don't you
I
give it 4 hours
could
of play to make sure it's effective.
play again
Be
for
sure to keep
4
notes on your
hours.
experience.
And to be fair, I can make it endurable by just doing this. It makes it so much easier. But I'm not going to be here for 4 hours, so, you know, burn, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate
I did it
babies
before,
or purely to spite
narrator.
me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think
I did
of a
it
single
before
thing that might
with
improve the
a
experience for
broken
me.
mouse, like
I'm
a
not even going to try.
half-functioning
I'm
mouse.
out. I'm out. I'm done. It's
I
over.
did have to
Thank you for
kinda
playing. Your input was extremely
save
valuable.
scum
Oh, hey,
a
since my game is
little
so
bit
awful, why don't we play someone else's
by
game?
using the
just to
source
ease the
version
pain. Let's
versus
see.
the ultra
do we have
deluxe
here?
version.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
But basically, I did it for 4 hours.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about,
Technically,
Stanley?
it was
What's
well
our
over
backstory?
4 hours.
What is our motivation? Well, it seems
Well,
obvious
not
to me
well
that
over,
you
but
are
it
meant
was
to
like
play as
4
a
and a
creepy man
half.
spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Nonetheless,
Yes,
I got the
that must be it.
ending.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Can I jump over this? I don't know why I'm trying to break the game, like, wherever I can, like, yes, let's break the game, let's break the game wherever possible. Just, I want to try and explore the outside world without the walls coming in. However. Okay. Oh, maybe. Oh, come on. I don't think I can do it.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
I can't squeeze through it.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will
All
be
on
just the thing.
Minecraft.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'm gonna get lost. Where am I?
Okay, so what exactly
Who am
do we
I?
do here? Let's see. There are lots of
What is
cars
this
here in
place?
the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
Let me
fun.
at
We
it.
shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must.
Let me
okay,
do it.
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
We ballin' now. We ballin'. We got on
Are you
the
doing it?
ball.
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even
More
more
balls.
euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Oh god, it's
Stanley,
rolling
I'm
away.
like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
God damn it.
More balls.
Balls, yeah, balls. We ballin' now. I suck at sports.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right.
No.
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
Damn you,
Without rules or
narrator.
boundaries, video games are nothing.
Screw
Yes,
you.
that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who
I'm
knows
gonna be
best.
the ball.
Take care, Stanley.
Yeah, take care.
Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm the ball now.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it.
I am the ball. And now in the original. In the OG. The mod. I be the ball, I be ballin'. Yo, I can jump into the corner, given I can jump. Yeah, we're in the corner. This is the corner parable now.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's got there.
Yeah.
Down in wherever he is right now.
I made the corner
I
parable.
wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
No.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end.
No.
To make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion.
No.
That's who I am. That is what I mean to this
I can do
world.
it myself.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back.
I'm
There's
the
no other
narrator
way.
now.
Once this ends, after it all comes to
Stanley
a close, then I'll be back. The
did
end will be
whatever
here
he
soon.
wanted, and
Very soon. I can
we
wait.
were cool friends forever, me and Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Oh,
Perhaps
there's
he
the
had simply
guy.
missed a memo.
Guy's still not here. Guy will show up sooner or later.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to confusion
When
ending.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe I want to see the confusion
The
ending.
lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What if I don't? Oh.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He
Okay,
wanted to
I
wander
can't
about
really
and get
cheat
even
out
further
this
off track.
ending.
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have
Goddamn it,
ever said it
Maria.
was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
We went left, down,
You went down,
right,
left,
up,
down,
up,
left,
A,
right.
B,
Yep,
start.
okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
And this is the place where there was a screenshot of funky colors. Oh,
No, no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Hey,
Quick,
look,
Stanley,
I'm
close your
doing
eyes.
it properly.
Okay.
I'm here. This is no spoiler. I'm here.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Jump down the
time,
catwalk.
suppose we don't wander so far off track,
that.
Okay, from the top.
Okay, that it counts for it there. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It counts for it there.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over completely fresh. Everything should be...
Store.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
I went through the door that can't
the
technically be gone through. Woohoo! Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. Anyway, I love the journey. Don't know why that's like one of the darkest things in like the Stanley Parable. It's like mind screwing, like mind
I'll say it.
fuckery.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I'm waiting in my chair to narrate it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay,
no,
it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I can see through the map.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind.
I'm really breaking the game
let's head
by
back the other way
the
and
glitch.
retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
Waiting room for the
I
demo.
can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember,
my story
Stanley?
takes place
You know what?
in
Since I've completely
the
forgotten what we were supposed to be doing,
of this
how about
place.
this? You win!
Yay,
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so
won.
good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
I love
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Stanley Parable 12. Panin? What? That's not even a word. Passion of the chemicals.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
The line trademark.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley,
I
to
thought,
destiny.
why if the story's here?
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
What if I go down here?
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in
go down
fact
here,
a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence.
New ending.
Right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah. Dallas was here. I need a medic bag. 5 bullets left. I guess Dallas got lost in this madness. More limo space sort of thing.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I know I'm studying it very closely and very carefully. Oh, I can't.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Wait, bottom of the... Oh. I couldn't do my bit as much.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Alright.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Stanley.
What do you want our story to be?
Stanley.
Go wild. Use your imagination.
Stanley.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Stanley.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines.
That's actually one of the things
Just
in
don't
the
acknowledge it.
source version. There's like a command where all the lines just convert to the narrator saying Stanley a bunch.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, So I know that each door has to
I'm
lead
gonna
somewhere.
jump
Which
in
means
the
that somewhere, the place where we're
circle.
trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
I just
And that in
jumped
turn
somewhere.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
And it's
Since the
technically
answer
not
is clearly
half
yes,
wrong,
then by all
because if you
accounts,
delete
the door
this
on the
door
right
in the
is the
source
correct one.
version,
Another victory for logic.
it just
Come,
leads
Stanley,
you back into
our
this
destiny
room.
awaits.
Because this door doesn't have the world portal. So there's just like an empty room back there that just literally, you come through that door and come back into here.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
8 times.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
Alright.
Well, what if I don't want to forget? My
Find the
mind goes
bookstore.
blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
It'd be
Well,
fine if there
who
was
consulted
proper
me?
stuff with the
Why don't I get
confusion
to
ending
decide? Why
somewhere.
don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer
It
stopped.
stopped.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the
1835,
cycle?
35.
Whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know,
Yes, we
I
wait.
suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not
I
quite
guess
sure
this
if we're in the
is a
destination
kind of
or the
story.
journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
And back to the beginning.
All of his co-workers were
Back
gone.
in the
What could it mean?
beginning.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
In the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna go do the mind control facility ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's raining.
Yet there was not a
Rare
single
rain
person
event.
here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to... Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I'm staying in the broom closet. The broom closet ending was my
There was
favorite.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
No, I disagree.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom
Yes.
closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because it's funny. It's a broom closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Nah, this is the most important room. This is where all the lore is.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh,
did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I think I am the Breaking Bad Stanley now.
What's going on right now? You're dead. You got to this
I'm Breaking Bad.
Explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady
Stanley.
of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
Why did you blow it up, Stanley?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby.
Why did you blow up the mind control facility? We had a good thing going, Stanley.
Hello?
We could control the world, Stanley.
The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey
But
to
you
any
blew
number
it
of your
up.
countless human physiological
And killed the
vulnerabilities.
narrator.
It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the
They
history
might
of
have
narrative
died with
tropes
this
in video
feud
gaming,
with that
so that the irony
female
and insightful
narrator.
commentary of this game is not lost on them.
But you blew it all up,
Right. When
Stanley.
you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Is that a broom closet?
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I never really wanted to work for a narrator, to be fair, but there wasn't really any choice, Stanley. I'm a simple employee 432. Cause you, at least Mariella gets it. At least she gets it. Mariella, we have to press buttons,
Coming to
Mariella.
a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Now I'm just converting the Stanley Power into Breaking Bad. Memory zone. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Do 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 ba 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 do 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 ba 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 do 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 do. Getting bored now. I love how the narrator just progressively gets more and more sad. Huh? 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 Do 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 do. Is this just me, or do I see like a 2 there? That's like, yeah, that looks like a 2. The Stanley Parable 2! Okay, I'm done with this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
What if I didn't? What if I wanted to just walk along the walls here? Fine, I'll head through. I'm going over here. Alright, fine, I won't dilly-dally.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
What if I jump out here? You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped up the catwalk. God damn it. How do I keep finding new places to break the game?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
The
go to the
whiteboard
meeting
ending.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
There's a dog here.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to... Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Brilliant.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, I'm going to the boss's office.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Huh. Alright, I won't jump off.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Oh, it's
Mind
not yet.
Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Nah, Stanley didn't have the strength.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013,
You
getting
need
to
to
the bottom
add
of
this
the
to
mind
more
control facility
places.
was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us
I've already
lots
found
of
2
photos
more
of it on
places
Twitter
like
and acted very
this.
superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room.
You need to add
ending,
this,
if
like,
that enhances your
in more
perception
places
of the value
and
of these
do more
updates.
songs.
Isn't that what you crave? New content?
No.
Always more content, more
More.
content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you.
You
That's
need
how
more
special you are.
songs.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
You did it. Good job. You did it. Good job. Good job. You made it to the bottom. Mind control facility. You jumped down the catwalk. You should be careful. You should have been careful. Be a bug, but now it's an ending. Yeah, it's an ending. Believe. How do you cross this barrier to chase your dreams? Ratings don't mean anything. You did it. Good job. You did it. Good job. You did it. Good job. You did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
I'm breaking everything.
You did it.
You can't contain me.
All of his co-workers were
No
gone.
more dog.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
dog
had
must
simply
stay.
missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, He entered the door on his left.
Alright, well, which ending should I go to next? I'm now just thinking of where I can break stuff, like... Or I can try and break...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Stanley jumped!
Here's the door, just go.
No, it's like, I'm sick of you, Stanley. Well... You, narrator. Let's go up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
Yes.
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I left my dog, narrator. I left my poor dog.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
This is truly the best narrative.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down
We must
again.
go up and
Ladies gentlemen,
down
how does
on
he
this
keep coming up with all
merry-go-round
this?
into an empty page, alright.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor?
No.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What if it's a dog? You never thought of that, narrator. You never thought of it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's a
the
dog.
boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared
Oh,
to
wait, I
embrace
know I
this
should
stunning
replace
revelation and
that
to
with-
move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
If I had a thought of another funny bird thing that could replace this.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
And my dog, don't forget my dog. Stanley and his dog.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no
Stanley
frame of
and
reference
Buck
to
and
even anticipate.
Stanley and his
That's just how
dog.
revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment.
Now
Don't
it's
you
gonna
realize
stop.
it's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating
I
and
know
having
it's
to guess,
up there.
that's
It's
the real
time
thrill.
for a conference.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big,
Nice.
explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that
Some
things get
people,
started.
yeah.
But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters?
Yes,
Why
yes.
aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations
Yep.
over and over.
I'm
Truly, I mean
revisiting
it.
the
This
same
is unique and
things over
different.
and over.
It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it.
This guy
Which is
is
why we're so
saying
starved
straight
for content
facts.
that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive.
Alive.
That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So
Yes,
that you can
it's
talk
time
about
to
your work
shine.
and your storytelling and your
Rise
life.
and
Yes, I
shine,
know you're not much for the
Mr.
public eye, but I thought it would especially
Stanley.
mean a lot to the people who have
You're
been
not
following you from the beginning. They
Gordon.
really look up to
Whatever.
you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you
Rise
have on them.
and shine,
This is the
Mr.
kind of
Stanley.
gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
You are now taking the place of Mr.
Okay,
Freeman.
the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Stanley.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Let me over the things. Damn it. Oh. Bring it back to here. This is my ending. Find the corner ending.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
I'm sure this is
Okay, it looks like
unpredictable.
they're ready for you. Go get them.
I found another place where I've broken out of the map. Oh God. Well.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's
Oh.
stop for a moment.
I
Don't you
fell
realize
into avoid and
it's the
it reset
anticipation, Stanley.
things.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating
They
and
actually
having to guess,
reset
that's the
it.
real
Oh my
thrill.
god.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this
They
so
actually
much more
reset it,
exciting? You know,
wow.
Stanley, it seems like
I didn't
nowadays the
actually
only thing
think
that
that would
audiences
happen.
want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments
I
flung right in their
expect there was
faces
just
from
gonna
the very
be
moment that things
Stanley
get
and
started.
his dog in the
Where's the
void
tension?
forever.
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling.
I'm truly
Stanley.
making
What
my
you and
own
I are
story
doing right
here,
now.
narrator.
This is the most exciting narrative
I have
to be
broken
developed
this
in
game
years.
many
And it's really all
times, and
because
I'm
of you.
breaking
You're the one who
new
took this bold
ways I
step
would
of
have never
revisiting the exact same
anticipated.
locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out
This
there. You
is
see,
unique
I
and
want
different.
stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we
I'm
all
making-
know it. Which is why we're so starved for content that makes us
Truly,
feel sharp and vital
well,
and alive.
where you won't
That's why
expect
people like you so much,
skate
Stanley.
nets.
Because you're not afraid to spit
I'm breaking
in the face of
containment.
tradition.
Stanley
You're
is
a role
breaking the
model, you know?
narrative.
People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to
I'll
the people
actually
who
go
have been
to the
following you from the
conference, though,
beginning. They
narrator.
really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if
Yes,
you realize
yes,
the impact
narrator.
you
I'll
have
go
on them.
to the
This is the
conference.
kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Yes, yes, narrator.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling.
And my dog.
And what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Alright. Hello, everyone. It's me and my dog. Can I jump? Ah, the light. They killed my dog.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today.
Yep.
We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones
Yep.
you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Alright. Guess I'm gonna do probably some bucket endings now. Now I've done some regular sort of
A good
endings.
bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Me and my
Had the
bucket.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Huh?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nah.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room.
Go somewhere else.
The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Hi, God.
But Stanley chose
Welcome.
not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yep, this bucket is gonna be committing chaos.
In
I'm
here,
more
said the
committing
bucket.
chaos
Go into this
by
dark room
breaking
over
the
here.
game, by
Stanley once
jumping
again
where I'm not
obeyed
supposed to.
Now pick up the phone. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley
You're
and his
playing
bucket.
Undertale.
Once upon a time,
Hopefully
I
you
gave
win
Stanley a
against
bucket because I
Undyne.
thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Wait, Fixuron, are you no longer doing Geno? Oh, you accidentally spared someone. Yep. So I guess it's to make certain that's full Geno. Otherwise it'd just be the other one where you try and do Geno, but if you spare like one thing, you know, like it isn't quite full.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Nah, my bucket's real, it's real. Screw you, narrator.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Hopefully you can fix your run. Oh, I'm breaking some boundaries here. I don't think I can break it more than this.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it would
Yeah,
ever
the
truly do
Undyne
for
fight
you
can
is
be
effectively
quite
transfer
a
a liquid from one
thing.
location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do
Quite a
anything else.
pain. Child, spare them. They get away no matter what. I'm pretty certain. Monster Kid.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to.
I'm
Now
not
all he
taking
cares
orders
about is
from
his
you,
awful
narrator. I'm
bucket,
breaking
this stupid hunk of
boundaries.
metal.
And me and my bucket are gonna have a lovely life.
bit sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Oh no, the narrator's going crazy as well.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier. More capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Huh?
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
I'm gonna fork this bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
It's
Give me
my
the bucket,
love.
Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. You'll return back to where you belong and forget about this. Seriously, forget about this, Stanley. This is stupid. And I'm not even supposed to be here. Right now I'm supposed to be in Half-Life. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Yeah, buttons, all the buttons. Baton. Ah, truly heaven.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
There is an order awaiting input. You're wrong, narrator, on that. You're wrong about so many things, narrator. You're wrong about my precious bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Be in my bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Or in the broom closet.
Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it
You're
now.
gonna be starting
It's a bucket.
streaming
It belongs in a
soon
broom closet.
again.
That's what the
Nice.
broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other
Hopefully
cleaning
the
supplies.
run is
Good for you,
fixed.
Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, Now the broom closet has the gall to imply
Huh?
that you and the bucket are not truly deep and
Me and the
lasting
bucket
friends.
are friends
That your
forever.
relationship is purely superficial and convenient. That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
Me and the bucket.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich
fought.
emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Chaos with the bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Property of
Now it's settled.
Stanley.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Truly a bucket.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I love how the narrator's just like, yeah, I leave now, I'm out. I'm out of here. Alright, I guess I'll go.
Coming to a staircase,
Alright.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yes.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket is my guide. It is the answer to all things. It has all knowledge. It is all-knowing. The bucket is called Greg.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
Greg the bucket.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing
Flashbang.
him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Greg the bucket. Stanley and
Stanley
Greg.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'm not disrespecting Greg.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything will be alright, bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh, I'm gonna wait for this to open up. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Stanley and Greg the Bucket waited for this dumb dot. There we are. Yeah. Hi. Never go regret. William hides the best secrets. I guess this is William Chu's doing. And I appreciate it. It's too damn colorful. I think there's plenty of colors. It's got all the colors, every color. Stanley, we need to collect every single color. It's very important. You see, Stanley, these colors represent the living elements. It's the only way we can save the multiverse, Stanley. Also, it just happens to be Pride Month, Stanley, so, you know, it is also beneficial to collect every single color to make a rainbow for Pride. Trans rights, Stanley. Yep, God, yeah. I suppose so. Bam, 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 bam. Not every country has presidents, we have prime ministers. So it would change depending on country. Ooh. Banana, banana. Ba-ba, ba-ba. Soldiers don't really get a month. I mean, some soldiers sometimes get a day. Like Anzac Day. But that's, you know...
No! He screamed into the bucket.
That's an Australian
his own
thing.
life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah, take down the system. Take down corrupt governments. Wait, can I? Oh no. Now I have to. I have broken the map once again. I am really breaking the system. How far is this room? Oh, yep, I've reached the corner. I have found another room that I have broken. Stanley and Greg the Bucket have yet again found another room that can be broken by jumping. They really do need to add more music into this game to every single goddamn hole that exists in the Stanley Parable. The only way now forwards was to restart the game. Also, Stanley was now probably going to take a break, as it had been a while without the break. So Stanley went to AFK. Oh wait, I might do the lock thing, or so I'll step out.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
What do you want to say before I go AFK?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yes. You can join. I'll probably be doing VRChat, like, probably after whenever I have dinner, otherwise I'm just going to be doing some endings in the Stanley Parable, doing some silly stuff. But yeah, when I switch over to VRChat, yeah, you can join. Anyway, I'm gonna go AFK now. So I'll be right back. What? got in at last second. Almost. Yeah, what? Hamburger. Hamburger. There you are. Anyway, I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Let's return to the chaos of Stanley and Greg the Bucket. Yes, I am back, God. Also cookies.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
What
employee
happened
lounge was simply
during the
place
time
to be.
I was gone? Ah, you made it to Toriel's house. Yep.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to him. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the
She
game.
dies
if not
twice
addressed quickly and
now.
properly.
Poor
So much of
Toriel.
the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna learn what is a bucket. Is
Now
this
then,
a
I'm going to
bucket?
run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Damn it.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
This looks like a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, this is obviously a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Everything is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now
Everything
I'm
will
somewhat
be
adrift.
bucket.
Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Or
Am I
falling
a
Greg the bucket.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Everything was a
Every single thing in the
bucket.
game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes,
What
I
about
actually feel
those
much
two
more at
buckets
ease right
from
now.
before that
It's
weren't
delightful to
buckets?
get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the
Yeah, it
buckets.
sands
Okay?
off for the
And
first
we'll
time,
know
which means
that it's
not
all a
fight
bucket.
yet.
But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it.
Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Everything's de-rendering. I am the render destroyer.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Yes, let's go. Down, down, down.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it,
It's
the truth
called
was
escape.
that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Whee! Wait, can I break this given I can jump? No.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture.
I
He
can't
doesn't know the
break
real
this.
story,
At
trapped
least
forever
not
in his
yet.
narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
I'm gonna be crushed.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I am dead. Oh, I can't. No, I can't. There's... Oh. What the... Oh. I broke it. I broke it as well. You made it to the bottom of the crushing facility. You jumped up the catwalk. You should have done that. You should have done that. Who's ringing? Hello?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a
Yep.
person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Oh, Lord. Alright.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more
I
than
need
ever.
the bucket's
Perhaps
warmth
his boss's
and
office
comfort.
was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No more stickers. Maybe
Coming
you
to a
should buy
staircase,
some more
Stanley and the bucket
stickers.
walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Huh, narrator? You should buy some more stickers.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Broke.
Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct
Broke
code by sheer
narrator.
luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright. Stanley and Greg
Stanley
the
and the
bucket
bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
decided
read
to say,
Mind Control Facility.
screw that.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the
Stanley
bucket would
and
both meet
Greg
a
the
violent
bucket
death.
decided that they would come back later.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket
left.
still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket
Seven
were knowingly
remain.
walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We Alright, I won't break out
As the
bounds
machine whirred
this
into
time.
motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
6 left.
This is what Stanley thought
And
to
then there'd be
himself, and he
5,
sort of
4,
kicked himself for
3,
wasting so
2,
much time
1,
carrying a bucket
0.
everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Bye-bye, bucket. Welcome to the grand exhibit on buckets.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a
Oh,
bucket like this
buckets.
and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I mean, Greg might not be dead yet. Just, Greg has vanished for the moment.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
There he is. There's Greg.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game.
But
Don't
what
give
about
him another
Greg?
opportunity to run off with another beautiful
What about
bucket.
Greg?
We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader. As commander of a new world, a new...
Imagine it.
vision.
I'm playing with fire now. Oh. Four left. Okay. Flew too close to the sun. Greg's dead.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself.
Never mind, that's
and
Greg.
constantly needed support and guidance from others.
Oh, and
so the
there's
thought
other
of total
Stanley.
solitude was terrifying to him.
Get back here, you lazy layabout. I didn't do nothing.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley
You know,
checked
if you
Stanley
really wanna
clung
see
the
Greg
bucket to
die.
his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes! Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed,
my
desecrating the
fault.
land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein.
But
Of
now
sadness
Greg
and
will
regret,
die
and the
by
many years
my
it spent dwelling on the
hands.
actions it might have taken to
His
curb the
blood
madness
will
and the
be
decay,
on my
if only
hands.
it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley. What are you talking about? He screamed. You're a bucket!
You're a
To this,
bucket,
the bucket furrowed its brow.
and now you will
No,
die.
said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time. This is stupid!
You are a bucket.
Bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Stab it. I murdered
Stanley,
Greg.
you did it. You saved us from
I
the bucket.
murdered him.
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Witness.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, yes, Stanley and his dog are back. But I do want to do some more of the bucket endings.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
Stanley, the
Stanley
bucket, and
clutched
his
the bucket
dog.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stanley, break the bucket, and
Still
Stanley's
no one was
dog.
here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Stanley, break the bucket, and his dog.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
One left. Nice. The dog's name
Stanley
is
and the bucket
Thomas,
walked straight ahead through
alright.
the large door that read Mind
Stanley,
Control Facility.
break the bucket, and Thomas the dog jumped down into the
The lights
chasm.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually
Thomas
they
the dog.
decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly
No,
decayed.
don't be
as
Stanley,
became
I am your
withdrawn
dog, Thomas, and I
neglected
am
the
here for help.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket
Oh,
tried to reach
God.
out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back.
Ivan, Thomas
doing
the
it over
dog can
again,
help.
Staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Waited for an eternity. No more dog.
I can't wait to tell this
Thomas
story
is
to my
gone.
co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time
They've
I
all
thought
been
everyone had gone
drop-kicked.
missing?
Yes, good job. But Thomas is gone.
When Stanley came to a set
I
of
lost
two open
my
doors,
dog.
he entered the door on his left.
I need some time away from the bucket.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I need to see an old friend to console me.
Hold on. What's this?
8, 8, 8, 8,
The Stanley Parable 8?
Eight.
No,
Eight.
no, no, no. This doesn't look right at all.
Eight.
The Stanley Parable
Eight.
takes place in an office
Eight.
building. There are doors and branching paths.
8,
This is just a
Eight.
button that says 8.
8,
8.
Where did the Stanley
Eight.
Parable go?
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
8.
Well, I'm
Eight.
looking around and I really can't find the
Eight.
game anywhere. No
Eight.
boss's office or
Eight.
mind control facility
Eight.
or any of that.
Eight.
Literally just this 8
Eight.
button. And
Eight.
what's worse is that you seem
Eight.
to be having a better time with this nonsense
Eight.
game than with the story
Eight.
I wrote for you.
Eight.
I'm actually a little insulted.
8, 8,
This is the best
8.
game
8,
since
Well, I don't know what happened to
Skyrim.
the Stanley
Eight.
Parable or what the 8
Eight.
button is, but apparently
Eight.
you're having a riveting
Eight.
time with it.
Eight.
And frankly, I don't even
Eight.
want to pander to someone who
Eight.
finds this enjoyable.
Eight.
So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the
Eight.
Stanley Parable 8.
This is the
Eight.
best game since
8,
Grand Theft
Eight.
Auto 5.
8, 8,
This is the best game since Fortnite.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8,
Any more from the narrator?
8,
It's not. And there's the 427 controller. Let me really get a good look at it. Alright,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
let's
He
do
never
one
functioned
more
well by
quick
himself
ending.
and constantly needed Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
As now it is dinner time for me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Yes,
boss's office.
upstairs. Now I've got to mentally prepare myself for this bit. Gotta be in and out, in and out, in and out.
Stepping in.
Now we are. Even narrator doesn't even mention for when me and Greg the bucket enter there. It's time to say goodbye to Greg the bucket. I'm now leaving. Yes, I am now leaving briefly. Leaving soon to have dinner. And then probably will switch to VRChat after dinner. But I need to make certain Greg gets out of here. He can't be trapped in this place. Greg deserves a better life. So this is the one last thing I can do for them. Stanley and Greg the Bucket had come to their end. Stanley did not know what happened to his dog Thomas. It was an unfortunate thing that Thomas was lost to the labyrinth of this parable. But at least Stanley could save Greg, so he did. Goodbye, Greg. Shh, it'll be okay, Greg. I know it's tough to say goodbye, but you need to go, Greg. You need to go. Don't make me regret, Greg. Goodbye, Greg. I will see you on the other side. Goodbye.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
Goodbye,
Just
Greg.
a matter of time.
Greg is gone. And so will I be. At least for now. We lost both Thomas and Greg. Oh, but I'm gonna have dinner now. Both of them are gone. No dog, no Greg, no nothing. And no me too. I'm gonna be fading into the mysterious land of dinner? What is this word, dinner? It eludes me. It confuses me. Anyway, I'll be back. Yeah, and I estimate 45 minutes, so that's at 20 past 9. The Manberg. What? Even your words elude me and confuse me. The Manberg. Sounds like Manberg. Whatever, the thing from Dream SMP, whatever. I know it was a thing, apparently. Your own mind and words are a mystery and an enigma. Either way, I'll be back, so I'll be back. So yeah, I'll be back later. Peace for now, for now, for now. Alright. I'm back. Now I guess might as well do at least one last ending given things. And the ending has to be this one.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
Yes,
Nothing
to wait.
will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no
I
longer
will
had the
wait
ability to
forever.
tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Death.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And Greg's back.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not.
Goodbye, Greg. Where is it? It's really hard to tell. There isn't enough FOV to show it properly. But there's a funny Easter egg on that. It's Obama's like birth certificate.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Into the wars. It's in the wars. It's in the goddamn wars. Alright, any more endings? Or am I done? Did the game ending both with and without buckets. Went to the thing.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Yeah. My wallet?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417? Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437.
Give me all a bucket love.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you... All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
Have they fixed this? Oh, 416.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Hey, yo, what?
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
The bucket gets to be everything. Greg the Bucket was now everything. He had transcended all realities and had lived every single life. But with living every single life, it was finally time for Greg the Bucket to leave. And for a different realm to take charge of the show. So this was Stanley's last goodbye to Greg the Bucket. Stanley still wished he knew where his dog Thomas was. And Greg the Bucket, in their infinite wisdom, helped Stanley reunite with his old dog. And Stanley was happy. If only I could, like, place it back down, it'd be funny. Like... It'd be very funny if there was, like, lines where it's like, Stanley did not want the bucket. Stanley did not appreciate their great bucket. How could you, Stanley? All the bucket ever did was try and give you warmth, comfort, and love, but you put it back on its pedestal. You're the worst, Stanley. Have I told you that? You are the worst, Stanley. I can't believe you have put it back on the pedestal. You should be punished for this. Oh, that should have been totally an ending where if you did it enough times, like... you got sent into something. Oh, missed opportunity. For the bucket pillar ending. Missed opportunity. You know, I wasn't too grateful, like, of the bucket when it initially came out, after waiting so long after the original, and how great the original was by, you know, my eyes, you know. To have all the new endings basically be about the buckets, you know. I was like, oh, so despite as good as this bucket is, despite as funny as this bucket is, this is the bulk of the new content. Only a few things are actually new, genuine, unique, you know, endings. But, you know, now I'm like, yeah, bucket's cool. And now I'm thinking of bucket endings. Just like in the back in the day before the Ultra Deluxe, I would, you know, theorize of Ultra. Well, I didn't know it would be called the Ultra Deluxe. After a point, I did know once it was announced, but, you know, I would theorize of the new endings. You know, that would have been in the game. But a lot, well, basically none of my ideas ever came to be. But, you know, bucket endings a lot. So, I only can theorize of other bucket endings. I guess I've gone full circle from theorizing of thing to what other bucket endings could there been. If the Stanley Parable was to get more endings, what could there be? Maybe the bucket pillar ending would be a new one. Anyway, I guess, oh, there's one last thing I can do. If Greg's gonna end, there's one last way I can end Greg. Oh, now I have to refrain from jumping.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark.
You can tell
and
when
any
a
new
jump
content for it should
circle is
live up to that
present.
legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce
Because
for
you'll
the first
see
time
press
ever
space
the
to
Stanley
jump.
Parable 2.
And I don't know why, but I love how the text is just very low
Yes, you see,
quality.
isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
There's a jump circle. I must unite the buckets.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Stanley! Oh, thank God, we didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
The buckets are gone. Greg's dead again. Greg is truly goddamn dead. And obviously if I jump here, it lowers the counter.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Trust me, I'm already up to 12. There's been 10 more. There's been 10 more. Honestly, it's kind of perfect that I am on 12, like... Yeah, again, to go back to menu. Stanley Parable 12. Passion of the chemicals. It's brilliant. I think it's time for an epilogue, though. Many, many years later. I should have done this after skipping. I might have sure revisited that. I am on the fire! I am the king of the fire! Yeah! I can still jump even in the epilogue. This is brilliant. Maybe I should do the skip ending. But you're doing them out of order, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Because time is of no consequence, Stanley. You can do the endings in whatever order you wish. Even if it makes no goddamn sense. Let's go get back, Greg the original. Greg. There you are, my friend. Actually, what happens if I just wander into the desert and choose to ignore the memory zone? And there's, I can see where the patch of land is for it. Well, but you know, game design is, you know, it's an art. So not everything will be perfect. Oh, okay. It just sends me back, okay. Stanley and Greg the Bucket were forced to head into the memory zone and not be little cowards and wander into the desert. They had to go. Especially to the cave of Jim Buttons.
Jim, Stanley.
Although one has Stanley on it.
Stanley. Jim.
And down the infinite hall. Hello, I'm back. 432. It's nice to see you. Yeah, let's make another Stanley Parable. So, Passion of the Chemicals ends. Alright. Sunday night lawsuit. Perfect. Huh? Huh? Why is it sad? Did I say Sunday? Whatever. My brain doesn't work at times. I'm ready, let's go. The current time is... nine... 33 p.m. Saturday night lawsuit. Brilliant. And one last sending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I could take the bucket with me. But let's just do this sending as it's supposed to be done.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Even
up to his
between
boss.
games,
Coming
the
to a
broom
staircase,
closet
Stanley
stays
walked
locked.
upstairs to his boss's office.
I can hear the thing opening. Alright.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Huh?
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Alright. Sorry, I need to break boundaries wherever I
I
can.
call
now,
it
yeah.
the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh god, I can almost. God damn it.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game
It
originally
was
launched? Back then,
October
video
of
games had integrity.
2015 when
Back
I
then,
played it.
all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Yeah, again, my Steam account is almost 10 years old now. It was the first game I bought on Steam, the Stanley Parable. So I bought on its 2-year anniversary. Almost. I can almost get out. Memory zone. Oh.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
I
Just our
love
little secret.
breaking this
Take a
game.
look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories
a
so I can
perfect
relive the peak experiences of my
way to
life
break it
whenever I
again.
want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable... And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Let me in! Let me in! Ah yes, I remember going to Portal. And Minecraft. And the original mod. I remember that screenshot. I pointed out that screenshot before. Don't know why this screenshot I remember so well, but you know, it's just one of those memories. All the different buttons.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a
Something
richly
from the
stimulating commentary on
Raphael
the nature of choice in
thing.
games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to
Even
be
the
left
demo.
alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Even the serious room. If only I could get to it. I want to get to. Please, please get me in there. Come on. I'm so close. You can't deny me the serious room. Even with the jump ability, I am stopped from getting in there. Fudge. Oh, don't tell me I'm stuck in here. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Now look where you got us, Stanley. Stuck here. You deserve the serious room. This is the most serious table I could find. Whoopsies. Whoopsie. I got myself stuck.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Huh?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's get back there.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm getting all the new endings. Quote unquote new endings. Okay, I break the
you
game
remember
a
how
lot
cheap and
because I'm
unsatisfying the
crazy
new
and I
ultra deluxe
will
content turned out to
find
be. But
every
it got me
last
thinking about the
nook
past
and
and how
cranny
much
of
better
this
the Stanley
game.
Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the
I'll
peak
stick to
experiences
the
of my life
path.
whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see,
I won't
Stanley,
break
doesn't the
it
Memory Zone remind you
anymore.
of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 20th? And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
It was Skyrim.
James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
It
"We're
was
so many
Persona
games that aspire
3.
to be more than
It
games
was
end
Halo
up less than
Combat
anything
Vault.
but. Stanley Parable strives
It
and then
was-
succeeds to be every game ever created.
Every
Did you hear
Steam
that,
game.
Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of
Steam
reviews
reviews.
from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and
Unfunny.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
Unfunny.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't
Don't
even
jump over
imagine where
this
I'd have the room to stick them.
fence. No.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast.
Preachy?
Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue
I'm
as being rather
breaking bounds
terse
again.
to
No.
begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new ultra deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the
God, I
Stanley
need to
Parable
stop
used
doing
to
that.
be. So I made something special
I need
and
to be
tucked it away here where the
contained,
game's
otherwise I
developers
am
won't find it.
uncontainable.
Just our little secret.
It needs to put me in the box. I need to
call
be in
it
the skip
the
room.
memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever
I'm like
I
a
want.
little gremlin. I'm
Experiences
gonna
like the
be
launch of the
living
Stanley
in the
Parable on
walks of the
PC.
Stanley
You see,
Parable.
Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was? And over here is where I keep
When I
reviews
die,
of the Stanley
that's where
Parable.
I'll be.
Like the stunning triumph of games journalism.
I'll
10
be
out
in
of
the
10
walls
from
of the Stanley
Destructoid.com.
Parable.
James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be
I'll
more
be the
than games
gremlin
end up
ghost of
less
the
than
Stanley
any form
Parable."
of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created.
It's in
That's
the
how grand and
walls.
all-encompassing
It's in
the
the
original Stanley
goddamn
Parable
walls.
was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone
It's a
before.
Steam review.
What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of
Let's
reviews
get to
from
the last
Steam,
review.
the online video game
I can't be
distributor. I haven't
contained.
looked
I
at
need to
these
be
in years.
contained.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Otherwise, I'm like an entity. I will escape.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations
I
of
can
what's
rate
happening.
this too.
I wish there was a skip button.
Uh-oh.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If
I'm
I'm truly
mad
too
because-
preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
go on
It's what
these
the players have been asking
senses.
for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence,
Meanwhile, I'm
then by
trying to
goodness,
still
that's
break
what they're going to
boundaries.
get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue. And it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and
There's
therefore
no
by becoming it
top
is,
of the
so on and
thing.
so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to
narrator's truly
manufacture. It
crazy.
went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming
time
it
to
is.
press it.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to
can I
describe
climb
it,
this?
I'd
No.
say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look,
Manifesto.
I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Yep,
That is
I
to
guess
say,
that's
if by
true.
articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both
And
affecting
welcome
you
back,
and
God.
not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are
I'm
and are
listening
not
to the
making them.
dialogue.
Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap a treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will.
Ambitious
See,
history.
now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method
We're gonna
for
be
exactly
here
this
all
sort of
day.
situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Okay, and now
Treatise,
it's gonna just
manifesto.
repeat.
Treatise. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
The
minute I
power
start
of
to
the
go off on a
button.
thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated
I'm
on
speaking
exactly how Steam
Aztec.
works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me
The
start
ancient
over.
languages.
How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
That time he actually does reach in.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but
You
it's,
kind
well,
of
there's
scream
really only
at
so
him
much I
all
can ramble on
French
for
or
something like that. I know
high.
it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
There's
Where did
no
the
more
go?
door.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a
We're
window?
trapped.
A porthole? A sufficiently
trapped.
large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door.
I mean,
here
in the
before, wasn't
vents.
there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say,
If only
slam
I
your
could
body into
phase
the wall
through
until
the
enough
wall.
damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to
I
another.
need to be built
I'm going to step
different.
away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find
I
us
need
a
a
door.
phase.
I don't know how exactly to
I
remove a door and place
used
it in a
to,
different wall,
on my
but
old
I will
computer,
find
have
a way,
a
I
mod
promise.
where I
You just need to
could
not
no
do
clip.
anything.
I don't have
press the
that
skip button.
anymore.
Please, do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna skip forward, narrator.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times.
I'll check the walls
and there's
myself.
no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would
I'll
you?
press it
I've been
again at
thinking
some
and thinking,
point.
and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie 9. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury. To alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room.
We're stuck in a room.
And to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls
narrator.
of
We're
fitful
gonna be
anxiety that you
divorced.
sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews.
Okay, now it's repeating.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always?
I guess
Doesn't
it's pretty
that feel
much
like what we've
the
already
same.
been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the
You needed
vessel
a
I needed,
listener.
Stanley.
I am the
Not
listener.
the outcomes, not the story. None of
I
that matters
listen to
anymore.
the Night
I'll give it
Mother.
all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley,
You're a
maybe, if you can
listener's
hear me,
listener.
then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can
Decay
tell that I
will
am
be
becoming
never.
less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel
No
right
more
now
emptiness.
like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you?
Yes.
You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything
You
at all.
want to be
I feel
real.
renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
I wonder what happens if I do sit for a minute. Oh, as I'm pressing the button. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I gave you enough time, narrator.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps
I'm not
one day
afraid.
this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival.
Jesus.
If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Jesus. Now it's gone for now. Stop beeping. Stop beeping. Stop it.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time.
They're being jealous.
They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
It repeats.
The end is never the end.
Yes, the end is never the end, is never the end, the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. It's leaking. And now it's collapsed. Yeah, freedom, kinda. Let me be free. Let me be free. There's light. There's light. There is light. And there's life. Yeah, woohoo. There's even like berries and stuff. Food. And then immediately back into bleakness. Back into darkness. Oh god, it's getting worse. What is out there? What is out there? Let's move forward. Now at last free to roam the sands and the soon traverse to VRChat. Stanley was free at last. Thomas the dog was safely waiting at home. And Greg the bucket had really went into another plane of existence.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
There's Greg. Alright, let's actually head to VRChat. The Stanley Parable 13 Saturday Night Lawsuit. Oh man. Let's actually move into VRChat now.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Alright. Now at VRChat. That was fun revisiting the game. Entertain us. What do we have? Ewok Hunt. Actually remade in VRChat? Seems so. I've played that game mode before in Battlefront 2. It's an interesting one, to say the least. Rebirth. Okay, that catches my eye. The heck is this? Screw, I'm curious.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Alright. My ears, what the hell? What the hell? That is, very odd. Weird. Very strange thing, creature. Looking like a mega flower or something. Definitely a weird and interesting thing. First order Star Destroyer. So that is actually a first order one. Different Star Destroyers. Why are there all the Star Destroyer maps so out at the same time? It's kind of funny. I guess I'm gonna check out at least one.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu
Wait
today?
a second, is this just a Gmon map? Well, it looks very similar to it. I'm pretty sure I've been on one like this before. This one seems to have a few custom names on it and stuff. Bars, it's like the same map. Man, just like the Death Star, it seems like all the Star Destroyer ones are rinse, repeat copies. Oh, I can head to a bridge. Bridge. Head to bridge. Head to... Oh, there's the throne. I can be Palpatine once again. You shall join the dark side of the Force. God, my voice is not ready to do Palp at the moment. You shall know the full power of the dark side. Open the doors. Open the door. Uh-oh, I'm stuck down here. Help. 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 I'm stuck. It's time to fly. Time to fly. It says when, you know, pigs fly, it'd be, you know, bad luck or something, but what happens when droids fly? What happens when clankers fly? And hello, Joshua, welcome. What the heck is this weird thing? Ooh. Don't know.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Weather, I don't even... Well, I guess we're in orbit. But how are there two things if we're in orbit? Because those look like clouds, not space. So... those moons make no sense. That's no moon. I mean, that's definitely no moon. But those ain't no moons either if we're in the atmosphere. We've got two secrets, like extra Death Stars, it seems. Two mini ones. Can I get through this door? Open the door. Open the door. Open the... Oh, that works. Get out of it before it, like, fully closes. But a bat works well. Why can't I click this? Like, oh, it works very weirdly. Yeah, whatever. What's this? Stalker. Is this? This seems familiar. Yep, I had a feeling. It's by the same person that's done the other ones. Like Forest and, Whole Tub, they've done a couple and, it can be funny but also spooky.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Wait for others before clicking play. Everything is global, not local. I'm doing it on my own, so yeah. As Scott joins, then I would have to restart. But yes, I'll move forward for now. Come on, just quickly. Yes, I'll see if they join. Alright. Oh, can't go this way. Can I go this way? Yes. Can use that. Guess I'm turning off the lights. Turning off the lights so my humble abode, my home, slowly things get shrouded in shadows. Anyone lurking around my home? Seems like it's all good. Guess I'll head to bed. Can I head to bed? Sleep, sleep, sleep. Fine, and gaming. We gaming. This looks like an older computer. Not to mention like speakers, like monitor. Think probably a bit in the past. Not by too much, just a bit in the past. Because I used to have like a computer thing that looked like that. What do I do now? Do I head back out? What's that sound? Oh. Hello, mannequin. I just casually like, let me get real close to you, mannequin. Don't mind me, Mac. I'm just doing my stuff. Oh, yeah, there's some demons. Hello. Hello. Greetings. Yeah, I'm gonna lock the door. Oh, brilliant. Is my phone in my room? Phone is downstairs. Of course it is. Ah, and the mannequin is alive. Yes, good. Good. Hello, Matt. Oh. You know, don't do that. Don't do that, mannequin. Ah, here's my phone. Ah, hello. Hi. Nice to meet you. Alright, I'm gonna call the police now. Or the Foundation. Probably the Foundation, then the police. I'm heading to my room. Ring ring. Foundation. Michael, kill this damn creature, or at least contain it.
The number you have reached has been disconnected.
Not brilliant. It's messing with phone calls. Excellent. Grand. I love the low quality flashlight. Hello, mannequins. Greetings. Are we having a party? Ooh. Are we having a party, friends? Yes, let's have a party. At least you're not like the same damn mannequin I always see 1,000 times. You guys are different. It's always that one female mannequin I always keep seeing, but you guys are just guys being bros and stuff. Unfortunately, I have to drop. Can I speak? Drop my flashlight every time I have to open the door. Be inconvenient, that. Especially if I need to run. Oh, like, probably now. Oh, my flashlight's dead anyway. No real point of picking up. I love what you guys have done with the place, putting my furniture on walls. Real grand. I already emptied it. Fine, I'll empty it again. Oh. Oh, that's it? That's it? Really? It just kills me in the end. Or is this a fake out? I think that's it. I forgot that the audio is low until now. At least it means the any jump scares and whatnot weren't as annoying. I think that's it. Well, that one was pretty short. Pretty darn short. I need to do one of them maps as Michael at probably some point. To be fair, I think not Holy, I don't know why I keep saying it wrong. Holy Meadows Asylum would be a good map to do for like me and Sky. I feel like that'd be a good Frank one. Then maybe one of these is like for Michael and Richard. Because I know the next solo one I'll be doing will be Bendy one for Michael, so yeah. At least I have the ideas of what I can do for each party. I know probably what will happen after that is after those two will probably be Axel and Sumi Sim. So yeah. Anyway, I guess that map's done. Chill Challenge Cube. What does that mean? Now I'm curious. Terrors of Nowhere. Again? Why is there another Terrors of Nowhere thing? There again, my knowledge of Bus to Nowhere, I know a lot. Terrors of Nowhere. My knowledge is like I've barely scratched the surface.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Got a thing. This is just like a room. Smiley face, very wonky smiley face. And it's just music. This isn't a challenge cube though. At least as far as I can tell, it's just a thing. This is just a cube. Mirror. Oh. I got hella chill. But yeah, oh. The Pit of Fate. It's a club thing. But it looks vaguely interesting, so I don't know. I'll go to it. And I rather proper maps. There has been one thing striking at my curiosity though. It's what if I won the fight in the hunger fight in Cohen's Fate? Yep, it's a club. I kind of like the weird wire thing. I kind of actually like that. That's kind of weird and interesting. Kind of is in the same line of Time War, but if Time War was like a nightclub. I like this kinda. And its weird spinny thing. That's like very like Combine-esque, like. I like this. This is weird, but it's cool. And it's kinda a beat. Ba 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 ba. But can I dance? No, I cannot. There's how to love those. I mean, I always said those sort of things as a joke. Maybe I should can't do it. I'm not really seeing anything else. Sky, you know, whatever, Sky Island thing. Oh god, I'm forgetting the name. It's been so long. It's been so long since last I see my son lost his monster. The man behind the side. It's not Sky Wars, it's Sky Blocks? Something like that.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we
Oh, it's just
cooking
like
on the menu today?
pretty much default one. Alright. There isn't really a interesting law to accompany it. I'm thinking Cohen's Fate. What's the next thing? As I'm curious. Given I haven't actually succeeded on it, and I know there's, you know, the easier difficulty.
Nice weather.
With
What
puzzling
conspiracies are we
mode,
cooking
so...
on the menu today?
Yeah. Let's try and win a fight I have not won yet. Ba, 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 ba. I do like the music. Yeah, again, true aquapsych makes good music. Ba, 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 ba. Barely made it out alive. Alright, let's go and win a fight that I have not. Hello, Marty. Sorry, gonna be leaving very quickly. Why's like, what the hell? Right. Okay. Gotta keep an eye on when he poisons. I think the poison attack went to Charles. Yeah, poison is in Charles's system. Alright. Oh yeah, I guess I still have to attack even though they're down at this point. Alright. Let's go do the fight I didn't succeed at before. Let's ring the bell. Ring the bell. There's a thing here. Ding ding ding. Just wait a second, Margaret. Typical, these bells are triggered for certain things. What was that? The hunger approaches. What will they do? Alright, as usual, cons on protection and God, try and win this fight. Oof. Alright, at least one's down in Nash. Oof. Need a heal. Colin. Oh, the earth is shifting. Oh, everyone took a little bit of damage. That did not strike the right person. The hunger reduced to sludge. They're dead, right? If you're dead, you mean not moving, then yes. Have you ever counted these before? No, never. The movements appeared very dog-like, but their body shape is contrary to everything living I've encountered, almost artificial. Charles, don't put your hand in the sludge. Hey, it's alright, look. I can't actually touch it, see? Oh, it really is darkness. Like a cloud of black air. I should have had this in the episode. Proper. Maybe Michael could briefly return to see this. What happens if I do it again? Now it's of no consequence. But basically, I guess it's like an extra fight for a little bit more power. A little bit more power to fight with. Would that actually make a difference later? Like, after like Cohen's dead and stuff, like it might mean the difference between, you know, another monster being dead, but otherwise I don't think it would change the ending ultimately. But yeah. But if Michael's gonna be thorough, he's missed out on those, so at some point I think returning here would be probably good. I guess it can be sort of potentially the one after. Bendy, or it'd probably be something else for the Friday slot before then, because I'm going to be doing something again. Something that always tends to come back from time to time. You'll see when I talk about it more, but I'll keep it a little bit in the dark for now. I guess what should be my first hint to the secret project. I want to try and be vague. Okay, I'm gonna be vague like this, with one word. Jolly. That's the first hint. Being very roundabout vague with that hint. Yeah, I guess now I know about that, so my curiosity is satiated. Definitely seems like this thing is a puzzle thing that have to be done. But yeah. Alright. Alright, I think I'm moving along. C24. Let's check it out. I'll potentially be back in the question mark, but I forget what one I got up to. Did I do some of it yesterday? No. Right, I only did a little bit of VRChat the other day. So it would have been the other one. How far did I get?
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Oh yeah, got to 1,403. Anyway, into the city. Welcome to All God Rendering. Welcome to All God Rendering. You have chosen or not chosen to render into most broken city. Welcome to C24. It's lower GPO here. Alright. There's not a lot here, so do a bit more of a look, otherwise hang back into question one. Rat hole. Rats, where the rats. But it's just a club thing, so Not really rats. Not the rats I would want. No gosh darn rats.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Alright, here we are. Back to where I was before. Time and time again I return to the same map. One day I will get to the end of the map. But it's gonna take a lot of days before that. Anyway, rolling a 2 to start off. Do you believe in fate? I suppose in a way, yes. I mean, it does feel like, I don't know, maybe there's a weird something that has sort of led me in, you know, the direction of my life. Like, almost in a weird way, you know, the choices I made, you know, led me to the people I was supposed to meet. I don't know. It's kind of strange. But I guess in a weird way I feel like I'm technically where I'm supposed to be. Always constantly heading to where I'm supposed to be. Where that is exactly, it's who knows. But yeah, I guess in a weird way, yes, I do believe. Alright, rolling the 5. What is the best VRChat while asleep in? I don't know, I don't sleep in VRChat. I'm not one of those kind of people that sleep in VRChat, so I'm sure there's plenty of good sleep worlds. I just wouldn't know which one. I'd probably go for, you know, something chill, calm, you know, something, something cool, I guess. Alright, I have no idea. Anyway, rolling a 2. What is your favorite physical thing that you like about yourself? Pretty soon I got a similar question at some point before in this world, or, you know, one of the other worlds. This definitely feels like a repeat, but I don't know. I don't know for myself physically, I don't know. pretty, average, I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that one. So I guess moving along, rolling a 4. What goes well with pork? I mean, pork and bread like a sandwich? That works well. Pork is cool. Yeah. Pork is good. Always a little bit tough to think of lots of specific examples. That's at least one. Anyway, high rolling with the 6. What is your favorite era of music? Well, probably, more, the, I guess, sort of current era, era of, music of, video games and, YouTube, music that's more of the music, I've heard, gaming music in different ways, or, yeah. Like, I can't really go with, like, a more classical era, like an older era, because I haven't really heard too many of the old. I mean, some stuff, around the 80s and somewhat I've heard, but like Michael Jackson, Queen, old classic stuff, from that sort of period. But I guess more of my favorite music would probably be from sort of this current era. I guess would have to call it the era of the internet and gaming. When exactly it starts or ends is, I guess, up to interpretation. I guess earliest you could probably go as like, I guess, when did music really start to become prevalent? I mean, music's probably always there, but when did music really start to bop? Probably like Doom, classic Doom, 1994, like the ba-ba, ba-ba, like, so I say 1994 to sort of present. Ambient era. I mean, an era is probably like a generation, so, or a bit more than a generation. Well, eras can be as long as an era is. So it's not like that era has ended yet. So when it changes, it's gonna be hard to determine because it's, evolved. Like, this is an era where it's naturally evolved through time. For gaming music and whatnot. But yeah, I guess 1994 to present is the era. And call it, the internet gaming era would be my favorite. Oh, as if it had to actually be a proper era. The only one I could name is, that, sort of classics era, the 80s era. With, Michael Jackson, Queen and all that stuff. Mr. Blue Sky, tell me why I had to go away for so. Where did we go wrong? Anyway. What makes you feel the most fulfilled? Ooh. I mean, it's pretty fulfilling if I'm like, doing a long arc and then, feel like I brought a good end to a long point arc for Michael. Like, I can be, pretty fulfilled in that. It's like, oh yeah, this was a good arc for Michael. I'm still sort of in the middle of, I guess, this current arc, so probably won't be fulfilled for some time, but yeah. I guess, I'm building out this, the darkest days of the darkness era. Like, Michael had built up such a repertoire of people, so many corners of the foundation, all for it to be ripped to shreds, and still, even after all this time, he's still losing piece by piece, and it still has yet to end. Every time he tries to claw back a bit, it's like try to reclaim a piece, Michael just seems to lose a couple more. Like, this arc has definitely been, I think, quite an interesting one, so I think I'll be quite fulfilled when I inevitably complete it. What have I determined as the completion point? Probably after Deltarune. Like, at the end of Deltarune or somewhere after. So yeah, it'll be very, I guess, probably fulfilling the complete quite an important arc for Michael. Also be quite fulfilling to finish my degree Also get a job, I guess. Oh Lord. Feels like it's never gonna happen. Like I'm cursed. But sooner or later, hopefully. What is your favorite short story? I mean, there can be different short stories of different calibers, you know. Oddly enough, I'm thinking of a short horror story, The Portrait of God. It's an interesting, like, short story where there's a portrait, some have interpreted as God, but it, like, ends up being like a weird sort of horrifying creature thing. And in the end of the day, as far as I remember, the true interpretation of even that creature is like, you know, a mystery. Like, it's almost metaphorical that anything can be interpreted in many different ways. And is a monster really bad, or is it just, you know, simply another creature in the world? It's all up to determination of an individual, or up to interpretation. So it's both really brilliantly horrifying, but also brilliant in its themes. It makes you think a lot. So yeah. It's a brilliant short story. Who made it again? Dylan Clark. This is a brilliant one. I'm pretty sure I have it in like one of my playlists. Yeah, 17, meaning it's in one of the earlier playlists. This is a brilliant thing. Goddamn ads. And yeah, this like goes through like having the weird portrait sort of thing, and like ends up being like a sort of weird sort of creature thing. Yeah. Doesn't even really kill it, just sort of leaves its victim in sort of tears. So it's really up to interpretation if it's a monster or not. If it's a monster, or if it's just, who knows, didn't kill her, just left her in tears. It really just makes you question, you know, what is its true motivations? Why is it really out for? Why does it make someone cry? And can there be different outcomes for when different people view it? So yeah. But yeah, that's definitely one of my favorites, given its really brilliant and doesn't rely on the, you know, jump scare, you know, horror aspect, you know. It's just build up horror. Really would recommend, you know, go watch it for yourself. Because sure, I relatively explained the story, but it's best, you know, watched, you know, seen for yourself, so that you can interpret and come to your own conclusions. And that was me skimming over it, so not really a proper rewatch. Just trying to remember from what I saw before and just glancing over it, so yeah. But yeah, that's definitely probably be one of my favorite short ones. So yeah, I'll give it to Portrait of God. I don't know, it's just a interesting, profound one. So yeah. Alright, rolling the 5. Would you rather marry the hottest or smartest person alive? Smartest doesn't always matter about looks. And I say as I'm in, you know, you know, hot Eno avatar. Just goddamn contradictory in looks. But you know, that's just because VRChat. Every avatar is like, well, like 50% of the avatars are like hot. Like hot, hot, hot. It really is like every 5-1, like 50%. It's like hot, hot, hot. Okay, that's kind of a whole line of outliers. Yeah. To be fair, it's like a few sort of balanced out, given those are like all like not hot. But yeah, like 50% of the avatars. But yeah, I rather smarts. Because hot doesn't mean they will be potentially nice or smart. They could end up sucking. Like, they could be really vain and whatnot. Where with smart, it's logical to think that they would also be, because of that, you know, level of knowledge, they also be kind. Like, they wouldn't just be, you know, emotionally distant. Although I guess if, you know, they could always potentially be like disconnected because they're so smart that they realize there's no real point, so they end up being a disconnected person, not really showing that much joy. But then I would, I guess, have a point of being married to them. I would try to give them joy back. Like, if they are disconnected, like, if they are smart but ultimately disconnected person to the world, I would restore their joy and hopefully, you know, somewhat their faith in humanity. There's no way I'm fully restoring that. If I have, like, very little hope in humanity, what's the chances are I'm going to change that particular view? But hopefully I can at least make them realize there's still, you know, somewhat of a point to everything. So yeah, I would have a purpose to give them their joy back. Joy to the world. Or joy to the who I marry. So yeah. But yeah, definitely a smarts. Anyway, rolling a 1, and the next question is, how important is money to you? I mean, at the moment, I rather have it than not have it. Like, it's been a real struggle to get a job, so, you know, I would like a job so I can have it, so that I am earning my way, because it's a key part of society and stuff. So technically it's kinda important to me right now. But otherwise than needing it for society, not really. Unfortunately, given I can't really buy games without money, it means that my important things to me, games, is kinda relatively out of the question. Otherwise, I would already be, you know, playing Deltarune, like, I've already, you know, started that. Just to have, like, my own run of it before I even get to as Michael. So, yeah. But yeah, realistically, yeah, not too important. Well, realistically, technically it is. Like, there's different layers. For real life society, you know, games, yes. I need it. For if it actually improves my life, yeah. Probably can technically go without money if it wasn't for society, so yeah. So yeah. One. Would you rather go kayaking or skiing? So, kayaking's like, I think in wooden stuff, where, you know, skiing is like snow and stuff. Whereas kayaking, like going down a river, if it becomes a rapid, that's not great. I don't think I'd be able to deal with that well. I don't think I'd also be able to deal well with the skiing in the snow. I feel like I crash into I would hit something. Either way, things might not go great either way. I just have to determine if things go wrong, what would suck more. I mean, going down a rapid, like being against the uncontrollable water is potentially a god. But at least once I come to a halting stop in the snow, it means that shouldn't be ongoing. Unlike a raging river. So I'll go with skiing over kayaking. I see you agree, Joshua. Yes, we're in the same boat, although neither of us are in the boat. But yeah, both of us agree on skiing. Hopefully, it won't prove too hard. I worry with the fact of lower hand-eye coordination, lower than average, you know, reaction time. It's gonna probably lead to a crash. So hopefully it won't be too bad crash. Yeah, I would bet kayaking's quite hard. I've only I think, sort of kayaked once, and that was for school camp, and that was in a lake, so it's was rough but not too bad. Wasn't like a river, so yeah. Still I ski, despite not being the biggest fan of the cold. Anyway, rolling on. What is the worst name you could give a pet? Like any single curse word? Probably some curse words more than others. Like if it's a dog, calling it B word, it's pretty bad. What else would be pretty horrible names? Because once you enter territory like gibberish territory, gibberish is gibberish. That's more weird than bad. Like if you just give your dog a bunch of random letters hi there, XJQ. Hello them, my pet. That's just weird. It's technically a bad name, but it's not as bad as probably a curse word. So yeah, gibberish is higher than curse words. On the scale of, I guess, bad to good, it's above, but still technically not really grand to call your pets a random bunch of letters. It's not really personal. It's like you're giving it a weird, you're giving it a Wi-Fi password as a goddamn name. But yeah, So yeah, swears are definitely worse than probably gibberish is like second worst. Rolling again, and now rolling a 3. What does the American dream mean to you? Oh, this is interesting given I'm Australian. So, American dream means basically nothing to me. Like, the American dream, like, I'm not American, I'm Australian. To me, it means it's a dream of if the country got better, because America seems to be. It's interesting. It's interesting. I'd say it's bad because there are cool, chill people. You know, I have many American friends. But it's interesting, to say the least. Definitely some things feel like they probably need improvement, to say the least. Your education system seems trash. Like, you know, leadership seems not grand. I mean, it seems like Trump was ready to take over again. They kind of like Palpatine, but the weird, perverse version of Palpatine, like. The Palpatine jokes have only gone stronger in time. Given their return. Somehow. Trump returned. But yeah, I guess my American dream is you guys don't get a terrible country and might actually have a good time, you know. Hopefully things get better. That's mine. That maybe things can be slightly less terrible. I mean, to remove terrible things altogether, you know, yeah, again, you can't kill a concept, but maybe things can be better than they are. Maybe also the removal of guns, that might help a mile, but the chances of Americans giving up guns are pretty low. You wonder why we don't have guns? It's because it makes us safer. It means people can't just go bop 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 to others. It's not just an idea, it's basically, you know, an actual fact. That, you know, without guns, you probably would prevent a lot of deaths. But yeah. Otherwise, the American dream means nothing. Like, what's like the actual American dream? It's like own house, something, something, patriotism, something, something. Probably Third Amendment something. So yeah, I feel like the guns can go. House owning would be nice, but with the economy like everywhere, that's probably not gonna happen easily. So yeah. I think that determines all that. Alright, rolling a 2. And I guess final question, given it's about to be midnight. Oh wait, this is a repeat. Do you prefer to bake or cook? Cook, I guess. Okay, that's way too short. One more. Oh, I don't. 1, don't drink coffee. 2, Starbucks, not really Australian thing. Doesn't exist. One more roll then. Rolling a 5. I swear to God, if it's a repeat, I'm stopping here. Okay, it's actually a new one. What music makes you feel relaxed? I mean, I vibe to like any game music, even if it's technically intense music. I mean, it, I guess, can relax me in a weird way. Like, even if it's like doom, like, you know, I guess it's relaxing in the way of different way. Like, there's different, I guess, types of relaxing. Like, that's chilling you out in one way, relaxing you in one way. But that's like high energy relaxment, if that's even a word. Where more chill relaxing would be more chill songs, like, you know, Minecraft music or something. Where it's like peaceful, calm, serenity, chill. So yeah. That's would make me feel relaxed more fully in a more chill way, probably closer to the actual question. But, you know, from my point of view, you know, relaxing can be even at high energy. Relaxing can be even at high intensity, from a certain point of view. Very Jedi of me. But yeah. Oh man, killing younglings in the temple never felt so relaxing. Okay, that's really dark. That one was dark. Jesus Christ, my brain. Killing kids. Do. There was actually a killing, like, youngling song that was made, but it, like, got taken down and then they re-uploaded it, but all the sensitive bits were censored and it sounded like a different song. With it being bleeped, it sounded more like it was probably the F word being dropped, which means it went from killing to, you know, basically forking kids, which, you know, sounds more, you know, sexual, and that is like probably wasn't, you know, the intention, but that's what happened when they re-uploaded the song with it being censored. So yeah, YouTube kinda dug their own grave there. Like, killing kids, nah. But when it implies, you know, other things, perfectly fine, go ahead. It's like, YouTube, you dug your own hole here. You realize what you have done. So yeah, weird case of music, you know, somehow becoming way worse with censorship. Where the original was obviously, you know, a joke. To, you know, portray, you know, Anakin's, you know, fall to the dark side. So yeah, that's a fun fact for all you now you know. Or a weird fact, or whatever you determine the fact as. But yeah. Anyway, went on a bit of a tangent. But yeah. Any gaming music in general, I guess, can make me feel relaxed. And, you know, in different senses of relaxing. But yeah. I guess that's the last question, though. That's where I'm left off at 1448. 1448. Still gonna have a long way to go for this map. But I guess I'll chip away at it through time. Excuse me. But yeah, guess that's it for this stream. So what's tomorrow? Wednesday, so be Michael and more of Yakuza Kiwami 2. Continuing on with things, probably, you know, gonna definitely be doing more sub stories. You know, more of probably the, you know, main quest line as well. And what else there might be. I doubt I'll get to Colosseum yet, because I need to do all sub-stories for that. But I'll definitely try and, you know, chip away at sub-stories. I'll need to find wherever those damn cookies are. I think eventually I'm just gonna have to give up and like look at a guide. I'll try and find them naturally first though. Maybe I just haven't yet come across the right thing yet. So yeah. Yes, time will tell. But yeah, Michael and Yakuza Kiwami 2 tomorrow. Otherwise, that'll be it from me for now. So, thank you all for watching. And thank you if you follow, subscribe, and peace until tomorrow. So, goodbye.